actually quite a few relatives that family has gone back. My mother's family. You're mainly West Coast.
One, two. Injani baba? Check it out. I'm thinking. WhatsApp wenze phela. Bheka iphendule i-screen lapha. Yeah. Anthenzela lo ozofuna ukuma. Khona omunye uzofuna ukufika. Look whether. Yeah. Yeah, bese adjust ingaqondani nesitulo. Just ukuthi kuvele lokho.
Yeah, we're trying to get the branding right at the top.
Oh. Oh, I see. I don't think that.
Because we wanted, if someone's going to
I
sit,
understand, but I think it's too weird.
okay. But you just be
Good morning, colleagues. Let's settle down and get started. Such a lovely reunion and gathering and special time that we're going to have together over these 2 days. Our guests of honor are here, and that means not just Professor Gerald West and Professor Itumele Mosala, but each and every one of you. So please, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to this symposium, jointly organized with the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies at UNISA, the Ukolo Nengqiqo Research Institute, Ujamaa, as well as the Theology and Religion discipline here at home. On behalf of the DVC of the College of Humanities at UKZN, as well as the Dean of the School of Arts, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free and feel welcome to this symposium, the second Mosala Symposium. The colleagues from Ujamaa are here to help us with logistical issues. If you need help, the bathrooms are just up the stairs. Any other thing, please speak to my colleagues over there. They will assist us. Abongile, they're raising her hand. What else am I forgetting? I wrote something, but I don't want to read it anymore. I'm overwhelmed a little bit. It's really just a wonderful feeling gathering like this. Since COVID, it's not easy to have people in one room like this, physically sharing. So I'm very overwhelmed by this occasion and pleased to see so many friendly faces. Takes me back. To the students who are here, please make use of this opportunity. Meet these people whose work you read or you are forced to read. Get to know them, and you'll discover they're as human as you are, and they're just such wells of wisdom and blessings. So please meet them and do selfies if you have to. They won't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Let's start the program. We're running behind a little bit. I'm going to ask my sister to come and introduce our first keynote, and we will be hitting the road. Oh, yeah. Is it behind if you're standing, yes. Okay. Okay. Welcome. And then I must
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us here today. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote for the morning. Professor Sarojini Nadar is the Desmond Tutu South African Research Chair in Religion and Social Justice at the University of the Western Cape, where she also directs the Desmond Tutu Center for Religion and Social Justice. A leading scholar in feminist and decolonial biblical studies, her work interrogates the entanglements of religion, gender, and race. Her recent monograph, Gender, Genocide, Gaza, and the Book of Esther, Engaging Texts of Terrorism, Routledge 2025, advances a critical framework for reading biblical texts in relation to contemporary formations of political and theological violence. Her presence at the symposium honors a long-standing engagement with South African liberationist biblical scholarship and reflects her ongoing investment in reimagining the discipline as a site of critical transformative inquiry. So please join me in welcoming Prof. Nadar.
you better to sit. Okay. Great. No. Good morning. So I'm sitting because I didn't print my paper. My official story is that I'm saving the trees, but actually it's because I was still working on the paper up until this morning. So colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation. To be asked to speak at a symposium named after Itumeleng Mosala in honor of Gerald West is both a deep honor and at the same time incredibly intimidating. These are, after all, the OGs of biblical studies. And as I said last year when Prof. Mosala and Dr. Alan Busak were at our Kairos conference in Cape Town, if you don't know what an OG is, you are probably one. So rather than pretend composure when one has been starstruck by these two scholars, these great scholars for such a long time, you should have heard them when they saw each other this morning. It was like they were the chairs of the Society of Mutual Admiration with each other. But I'm not going to pretend composure because I've been starstruck by these two scholars for such a long time. So I will simply say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will acknowledge the weight of the intellectual legacy that I'm asked to hold this morning in this keynote. And so I'll get straight to the work of it. 26 years ago, I registered for a PhD under the supervision of Gerald West. I entered that space as a young 24-year-old scholar, and for the maths boffins in the room, yes, I did turn 50 this year. At the time, I was politically aware, but intellectually, I was still finding my footing. And so it felt like an enormous privilege to study under someone whose work had already become synonymous with South African liberationist biblical scholarship. 26 years later, I still regard that formation as a huge privilege. At the same time, 26 years is also a long intellectual journey. The conceptual vocabularies available to many of us at the beginning of that journey were different. We did not yet have the widespread language of decoloniality, intersectionality, or critical whiteness studies available to us in ways that we do now. New theoretical developments now allow us to revisit earlier liberationist traditions with sharper analytical lenses. And so this is what I intend to do in this paper today, to revisit the liberationist traditions by asking what contextual hermeneutics might look like when read through the lens of critical whiteness studies. But you may ask, why critical whiteness studies? Let me be clear from the outset. This is not an argument that turns to critical whiteness studies simply because, to state the obvious, Gerald West is white. In many ways, Gerald's scholarship represented a significant interruption to the dominant operations of whiteness within biblical studies. At a time when many of his fellow white scholars in the Guild remained invested in claims of scholarly neutrality or suspicious of liberationist and contextual readings, Gerald chose to place his scholarship in accountable relationship with scholars like Itumeleng Mosala, Black theology, and marginalized reading communities. It is precisely because his work disrupted so many dominant configurations of whiteness within the academy that it becomes such a productive site for analysis. Critical whiteness studies is an interdisciplinary field of study that examines how whiteness operates, not merely as a racial identity, but as an often unmarked system of power that shapes norms, knowledge, and institutional life. Now, the reason I employ it here for this paper is that I believe it allows us both to name the transformative work that contextual hermeneutics has already done, but also to identify the work that still remains unfinished. And so I organized the argument in this paper in 3 movements, each attending to a distinct operation of whiteness within the biblical studies discipline. And true to my well-known weakness for alliteration for my fellow PhD students from way back in the day, Billy and Elalwani, I am organizing the paper around what I am calling the 3 Ds: definition, discipline, and dislocation. In the first part, whiteness as definition, I explore how Euro-American modes of biblical scholarship have historically functioned as the invisible standard within biblical studies, defining for a long time what counts as real scholarship. In the second part, whiteness as discipline, I show how scholarly boundaries are policed and maintained. Here, I examine how disciplinary formations within the field of religion and theology has functioned to protect particular forms of authority. And finally, in the last section, I explore whiteness as dislocation, where critique is persistently relocated away from the self and onto others. Methodologically, this paper moves between critical whiteness studies, contextual hermeneutics, and autobiographical reflections. I bring in autobiographical reflections not as an act of navel-gazing, as some people like to call it, but because I believe that my experiences in the academy are part of the archive from which the argument emerges in this paper. The anthropologist Brené Brown has reminded us what African feminist scholars have been saying for a long time, that stories are indeed just data with soul. These stories that I will share carry textures of power. So brace yourself for a few stories. But let me begin then with the first movement of the paper by asking how whiteness operates through the power to define what counts as scholarship in the discipline of biblical studies. So while I was still a PhD student, I was also a member of the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. As part of one of our circle meetings in Ghana, we visited Elmina Castle, which is one of the earliest European slave trading posts on the West African coast. It contains dungeons where enslaved Africans were held before being transported across the Atlantic. In one section of the castle, women were kept in cramped, dark conditions, subjected to unspeakable violence, violated and traded. And directly above the dungeons, a church was built, first by the Dutch and later by the Portuguese. When I visited this castle, I could not escape the theological weight of that architecture. I found myself thinking about the many ways in which sacred texts and sacred spaces can coexist with such brutal violence, can justify it, and even live quite comfortably just above it. The dungeons are beneath those discourses, as I argued in a paper after that. So when I went to the Old Testament Society of South Africa annual conference later that year to present my paper on the book of Esther, specifically Esther chapter 2, I decided to place these 2 narratives in juxtaposition with one another. That's okay. I read Esther 2 alongside Elmina. I asked what it means for women's bodies to become sites of exchange within systems of power. I asked how violence is normalized, narrated, and hidden beneath structures that present themselves as legitimate, even as sacred. I was still learning the grammar of the Biblical Studies Guild, but I was already convinced that my own embodied experience mattered for interpretation. I wanted to show how sexual violence can be narrated through respectable language and hidden beneath sacred, or in the case of the book of Esther, royal legitimacy. I wanted to allow my own experiences, including my experience as a survivor of childhood sexual violence, to function as an epistemological resource rather than as a private wound sealed off from scholarship. In that moment, I thought I was doing the work feminist biblical scholarship and Black theology had taught me to do, reading with suspicion towards structures of domination and refusing the fiction of innocent interpretation. What I encountered instead was the epistemically violent force of the white academy. After I presented, and I'm not sure if you remember this incident, Gerald, but a senior white male professor responded with immediate and visible irritation. He did not engage the substance of the analogy. He did not consider whether the harem in the book of Esther might be read as a site of sexual violence, or whether imperial systems across time rely on the control of women's bodies. Instead, he dismissed the reading at its foundation. Esther, he said, looking down the bottom of the glasses on his nose, does not contain the name of God, he informed me. Therefore, it is not a religious text. Therefore, my comparison between Elmina Castle and Esther could not hold, he declared. I remember the bodily force of that moment as he pushed his glasses back up his nose and leaned back in his chair, satisfied that he had dismantled the legitimacy of my argument in that paper. The room seemed to tilt towards him. There was some subtle laughter. I felt the confidence drain from me. I was young, Black, female, feminist, and still trying to inhabit a space where the rules of what counted as scholarship were decided long before I arrived. This professor's ties to the Dutch Reformed tradition made the moment even more ironic, given that this was a tradition so deeply implicated in the theological legitimation of apartheid and was one of the churches that lay on top of the Elmina Castle dungeons. I nervously acknowledged that God's name is absent in the book of Esther. I did not yet have the language I have now to say that the absence of the divine name does not mean the absence of theology. I did not yet have the full conceptual confidence to argue that religion is wild, in David Chiddister's terms, and operates not only through explicit doctrinal statements, but through ritual reception and moral sanction. That room at the Old Testament Society was an interpretive community. It had rituals, authorities, sacred methods, taboos, orthodoxies, and mechanisms of discipline. It had its own forms of community wisdom, much of it deeply invested in the preservation of white scholarly authority. Critical whiteness studies helps me name now what I could only feel then. The problem was never simply that one professor disagreed with me. The problem was that whiteness had organized the conditions under which his dismissal could sound like excellence and rigor, while my feminist contextual reading could be made to sound like indulgence. Sarah Ahmed reminds us that institutions are oriented in ways that make some forms of knowledge feel immediately at home, while others are made to feel as though they must justify their presence. Whiteness, therefore, did not only dominate the biblical studies discipline, it shaped what could be recognized within it. Now, this is where Gerald West's work mattered so profoundly to me and to so many of us entering biblical scholarship in South Africa in the late 1990s and early 2000s, in that he helped open space in a guild still policed by old white male authority. Because the field was not a neutral intellectual marketplace where methods competed on equal terms. It was a racialized and gendered terrain, and it probably is to this day. And within that terrain, Itumeleng Mosala exposed the ideological investments within the text, while Gerald West exposed the ideological investments within interpretation. This was their gift to young scholars like myself. So if this first movement asks how whiteness sets the norms and the terms in the discipline, the second movement asks how those terms are enforced. And so I turn to this section now, whiteness as discipline. So here too, I'm going to share with you how I learned about the disciplinary power of the White Academy through a story. When I first arrived at the University of the Western Cape in 2016, a senior white colleague informed me that we, that is UWC, would be hosting the next joint conference of the various societies of religion and theology in South Africa. It is a conference, I think some of you are familiar with this, that takes place every 4 years, gathering the full guild of theology, biblical studies, systematic theology, practical theology, ethics, church history, missiology, etc. A gathering of the disciplines in their most formal self-presentation. In the same breath that I was told this, I was also told that it would be good if I would chair the organizing committee for this conference. And then, almost as an aside, I was told something else. I should understand that my role would largely be to serve as the face of the conference. The actual organizational work, I was reassured, would be handled by the secretary. The secretary, of course, being himself. Well, if you know me, you know I was not going to be the face of anything, let alone an academic conference. So I did what chairs of academic conferences do. I drafted a concept note for the conference. The proposal attempted to take the idea of a joint conference seriously. Instead of organizing the program along the familiar lines of disciplinary societies, each presenting with its own carefully protected space, I proposed a thematic structure. The themes of gender, race, poverty, ecology, violence. And within each themes, I proposed that scholars from across the disciplines would be brought into conversation. The intention was not to collapse disciplines nor to abandon rigor. It was, in fact, the opposite. It assumed that disciplines are strongest when they are able to risk encounter. That scholars formed deeply within their fields can bring that formation into dialogue with others without disintegrating. Transdisciplinarity in this sense is not the absence of discipline. It is the presence of disciplined knowledge in conversation. The concept note was sent to the colleague who was tasked with circulating it. He did not circulate it. When I asked why, I was told that this concept note would be enormously divisive and destructive. Eventually, after some insistence, it did reach the committee. And then the responses came at a very heated Friday afternoon meeting. Concerns were raised that the proposal would erode the autonomy of the participating societies. The most explicit objection came from the New Testament Society, Sam, which indicated that it would withdraw its participation if the conference proceeded along these lines. Now, it is worth pausing here. An entire learned society threatened to withdraw from a national conference because of a concept note. One might admire the clarity of conviction if one were not also struck by the levels of white fragility that it reveals. Because what was being defended was not simply a conference format. It was a structure of knowledge, a way of organizing intellectual life in which disciplines speak alongside one another, but rarely to one another, each retaining authority over its own terrain. Now, the language of autonomy is instructive. It signals a deeper investment in the preservation of boundaries as sites of authority. To remain within one's discipline is not only to maintain methodological clarity, it is to remain within a space where one's authority is recognized, where the terms of engagement are already known, where one is not required to answer the questions that exceed the discipline's frame. As an aside, I eventually resigned as chair. Like the late Phumzile Zondi Mabazela would say, I was too young for that. The encounters had become too acrimonious. And then, of course, the pandemic arrived and the conference never took place. But that moment stayed with me, because what it revealed was not simply resistance to an idea, but the disciplinary power of the academy itself. And it is here that the work of George Yancey becomes instructive. Yancey writes as a black philosopher working within a discipline, philosophy, that has long presented itself as universal, abstract, and disembodied. He shows how philosophy trains its practitioners to aspire to what Donna Haraway calls the God trick, the view from nowhere where knowledge appears unmarked. But as Yancey insists, this view from nowhere is in fact a view from somewhere. It is a white, male, Eurocentric standpoint that has been naturalized as universality. For Yancey, the issue is not only who is included or excluded from the discipline. It is how the discipline itself is structured, its canon, its methods, its standards of rigor, its very sense of what counts as a legitimate question. Drawing on the work of Charles Mills, Yancey names this, in quotes, the conceptual or theoretical whiteness of the discipline. Whiteness in this sense is not merely demographic, it is architectural, and it disciplines. This is the crucial point for our purposes. The whiteness of the discipline disciplines. It sets the parameters within which one may think, one may speak, and be recognized as a legitimate knower, which means that black ways of knowing and doing are disciplined. They are required to translate themselves into the grammar of the discipline, to conform to its expectations of abstraction, its modes of argument, its hierarchies of knowledge. Or else they risk being rendered unintelligible. Read through Yancey's lens, the resistance to the concept note that I drafted begins to look less like a disagreement about conference structure and more like a defense of disciplinary whiteness. Because what was being proposed was not simply a different format. It was a disruption of the conditions under which knowledge circulates. To place biblical studies in conversation with ethics on questions of violence, or systematic theology in conversation with lived experiences of race and gender, is to risk exposing the limits of each discipline's assumptions. It is to refuse the insulation that allows disciplines to appear coherent, neutral, and self-sufficient. And this is precisely what disciplines, as what Foucault calls regimes of power and knowledge, are designed to manage. They do not only produce knowledge, they produce knowers who know how to stay in their lane, so to speak. Gayatri Spivak calls this the anxiety of contamination, the fear that once disciplines are placed in genuine encounter, their boundaries will no longer hold, their purity will be compromised. But what is named as contamination is often simply the presence of other ways of knowing that cannot be contained within existing frameworks. The colonial academy has long depended on such containment, on the single story, as Chimamanda Adichie names it. The splitting of theology into biblical studies, systematic theology, practical theology, church history is not merely a neutral division of labor. It is part of a longer history in which knowledge is classified, ordered, and governed in ways that reflect European intellectual traditions and their colonial entanglements. What George Yancey helps us to see is that this order is not simply intellectual, it is racialized. And so the question is not only who draws the boundaries, it is how those boundaries continue to hold even as they appear to open. Which brings us inevitably back to Gerald West. Because to say that his work was undisciplined is not to say that it lacked rigor. It is to recognize that it refused the terms on which rigor had been narrowly defined within the Guild. Within theology itself, West reoriented biblical studies around a fundamental organizing principle drawn from classic liberation theology, the preferential option for the oppressed. That move relocates authority, not in the abstract neutrality of the interpreter, but in the concrete struggles of those whose lives are most acutely shaped by structures of power. This alone unsettles the disciplinary imagination of theology, because once the preferential option becomes an organizing principle, the neat division between biblical studies and practical theology or missiology begins to fray. Interpretation is no longer simply about textual meaning. It is about life, about survival, about justice. The text is no longer an object to be mastered within a discipline. It becomes, to use Mosala's words, a site of struggle across them. But West does not stop there. From outside the discipline, he draws on the work of anthropologists such as the Komaroffs. He thinks with James Scott, which I didn't always quite agree with, the political scientists. But what emerges from this is a refusal of disciplinary closure. Biblical interpretation in Gerald West's hands is no longer contained within the protocols of biblical studies. It is stretched, troubled, opened up by conversations with anthropology, political theory, and lived community praxis. It becomes accountable to forms of knowledge that the discipline does not generate and cannot fully control. And this is precisely why his work is undisciplined in the most generative sense. And here again, George Yancey's insight returns with force. If the whiteness of the discipline operates by setting the parameters within knowledge can be recognized, then Gerald West's work presses against those parameters at every turn. He does not simply add new content to the discipline, he unsettles its grammar. Which leads us with a more difficult task, because the work that remains is not only to cross disciplinary boundaries or even to blur them, it also requires dislocation. And it is to this final movement of the paper that I now turn, whiteness as dislocation. So if the first movement of the paper asked how whiteness operates through definition, the second examined how it is maintained through discipline, this third movement turns to a more elusive but equally powerful operation, dislocation. By dislocation, I mean the ways in which critique is redirected away from the sites where it is most needed. It is the movement through which structures of power remain intact precisely because attention is continually displaced elsewhere. Within biblical studies and theology, this displacement has often taken a particular form. The text is interrogated, the oppressed are engaged, the margins are centered. But the systems that organize interpretive authority within the academy, within churches, and within white communities themselves remain comparatively under-examined. Critical whiteness studies helps us to name this movement. Again, Sarah Ahmed reminds us that institutions can take up the language of transformation without ever having to alter their own orientation. They can speak diversity, inclusion, and justice while continuing to direct bodies, knowledge, and authority along familiar lines. Whiteness does not always appear as resistance to critique. It often appears as the capacity to host critique without being changed by it. And this insight, again, is crucial when we return to Gerald West's work. As I have shown throughout this paper, West's scholarship represents a significant interruption to the dominant operations of whiteness within biblical studies. And yet, his own autobiographical reflections also reveal the limits of that disruption. When West writes that, and I quote, "As a white male, I cannot do black theology, but I can work with blackness and be partially constituted by it," unquote, he is naming an important ethical and epistemological position. It recognizes that blackness is not a resource available for intellectual consumption. But from the perspective of critical whiteness studies, this formulation also raises further questions. what happens to whiteness in this process? For to be partially constituted by blackness describes a transformation of the white scholarly subject through encounter with black struggle. But it does not yet fully account for whiteness as a system that continues to organize authority and legitimacy within the academy. This is the point at which dislocation becomes visible. The work of transformation is located in the encounter with blackness. The site of struggle becomes the marginalized community. The ethical labor of the scholar, therefore, is directed outward toward reading with, standing with, and learning from those at the margins. And all of this remains vital. But the question of whiteness itself as a structure that must be dismantled within white communities, white institutions, and white scholarly practices remains less fully developed. This is not unique to Gerald West. It is a broader pattern within liberationist and contextual traditions. Context has been overwhelmingly marked as black, as poor, marginalized, and in need of transformation. The ordinary reader has been imagined within this frame. Conscientization has been directed toward these communities. The intellectual has been tasked with facilitating this engagement, albeit in non-paternalistic ways, as I've shown in my earlier work on the so-called ordinary reader and the invisible intellectual. But what remains comparatively under-theorized is whiteness as context. So the question is, what would it mean to approach white communities as ordinary readers? What would it mean to engage white churches as sites of ideological formation requiring critical disruption? What would it mean to conduct contextual Bible study not only with the oppressed, but within communities that are structured by privilege? These questions have become increasingly urgent in our particular contemporary global moment that has made visible the continued vitality of whiteness as an affective and political formation. The rise of Donald Trump and the broader resurgence of right-wing populism reveal how whiteness mobilizes fear, grievance, and entitlement. These are not only political phenomena, they are also theological and hermeneutical. They draw on biblical narratives, on moral claims, and on religious identities. White communities are reading the Bible, especially in the US. They're interpreting, mobilizing, and deploying scripture in ways that sustain particular visions of power. The absence, therefore, is not interpretive activity within these communities. The absence is critical engagement. And so again, this is where the work of scholars such as George Yancey becomes instructive. Yancey insists that white people must do the difficult and sustained work of engaging other white people in order to expose and dismantle whiteness. This is not work that can be outsourced to black communities, nor can it be achieved through proximity to black suffering or participation in liberationist projects alone. It requires confrontation within whiteness itself. And so this is the step that remains largely underdeveloped within contextual hermeneutics. Gerald West disrupted the definitional power of whiteness within the discipline. He unsettled its disciplinary boundaries. He opened interpretive space for marginalized communities and insisted on the centrality of context. But the work that now remains is the work that whiteness must do on itself. And so I bring this paper to a conclusion. In this paper, I have traced how whiteness operates within biblical studies in ways that are often subtle, adaptive, and therefore difficult to confront. It has shown how contextual hermeneutics has offered a great challenge to the incredible whiteness of being in the academy. And yet, at the heart of my argument has been a simple but demanding claim. The commitments of contextual hermeneutics carry within them the resources for their own extension. This is why the work of Gerald West and Itumeleng Mosala remains so profoundly generative. They taught us, in different but deeply connected ways, that neither the text nor its interpretation is innocent. They insisted that scholarship is accountable to struggle and to material realities. They opened intellectual and institutional spaces that many of us have been able to inhabit and extend. For me, personally, the encounter with their work has been a formation in every sense of the word. In short, it has been a gift. To stand within a tradition shaped by their work is to inherit both courage and responsibility. Courage to name what must be named, and responsibility to continue the work where it remains unfinished. And so may the intellectual paths that each of you have forged continue to widen, to unsettle, and to inspire those of us who still continue to follow your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Let's give Prof again. Wow. Colleagues, maybe perhaps we would want to engage for the next 5-10 minutes or so. For those who have pressing comments, questions, Prof is here. The floor is open. Yeah, for the sake of recording, please use the mic. Oh, including myself. Yeah. Question, comments? Yeah. The floor is open, colleagues. Yes, Dr. Mtugu?
To stimulate engagement and discussion and press. Okay. Yeah, just to break the ice and stimulate discussion. Thank you for indeed the thought-provoking keynote paper. Much of what we have or read in Black scholarship focuses energies on critiquing, lamenting, dismantling. In the case of your paper, to bring it home, white hegemony or hegemonic hermeneutics, etc. And I find that in doing that, much as it's a necessary and warranted exercise, much time is spent on that at the sometimes suspension of centering what would be our black marginal voices. In other words, we spend much time dismantling instead of building our or centering our own. How would you say we should find that balance to not only critique, dismantle, but also center our own epistemological and hermeneutical voices as black scholars? Thanks.
Thank you so much for the question. I think that's a really important question. And I think the work is both and, not either or. So in order to make yourself understood in the academy, I think we have to spend so much time, as Tony Balcom would say, clearing our throat, before we can begin with the real work, right? So there is something to be said about clearing the throat, so that we can enter the grammar of the discipline. But equally so is the challenge to do the constructive work of just getting on with it and doing what we do. And just before we began, Gerald was telling us about a PhD student that he has, I think, that has just submitted, and how that particular student was reading, Hebrew Bible texts of people of the land, but struggled to name his story within that, because he's part of the farm workers, if I understood correctly. Sorry to just jump in on your example here, Gerald. But he was part of the farm workers that were left behind during expropriation, so they considered themselves people of the land. So he wanted to read autobiographically, but he didn't feel like he had the confidence to do so. And so bringing your experiences to dialogue with the text, doing something constructive, doing that work of constructive hermeneutics rather than simply dismantling, the hermeneutics of the West or the hermeneutics of, the academy, is part of that work, and it's part of encouraging the next generation of scholars to do that work with confidence. I was recently asked to respond to a paper by Shadia Gupti, who's a Palestinian scholar, and she had written this wonderful piece doing exactly this kind of work, saying that so much of Palestinian hermeneutics is about deconstructing or speaking back to Zionist interpretations of scripture. And she wanted to show what a Palestinian hermeneutic could look like. And so she did 3 really innovative things with the texts. She read the text through sumac, which is a spice and a plant in Palestinian cuisine. She read the story of Christmas as occupation, and she reads the Garden of Gethsemane through an eco-theological lens, bringing her Palestinian lived experiences to bear on the text in a deeply constructive way that didn't require her to spend all her time deconstructing Zionist hermeneutics. She was doing the constructive work of showing what a Palestinian hermeneutic could look like. And I think that's the challenge. We have to give ourselves, like I said to Gerald, and our students, the epistemic permission to bring Black, indigenous, lived realities into dialogue with the text. Because until we give ourselves that permission, we're always operating within this defensive mode with the text and the rules and the academy. Whereas I think a long time ago, Itumeleng Mosala's work and Gerald gave us the permission to do that. Why are we still struggling? We need to take up that mantle and do the work. So, yeah. But thank you for your question. I think it's really important.
Hi, can you hear?
Hi,
Okay,
yes.
great. Yes, what you're saying is really great, and I think Welisani Ramatwana's work does this. What I like to say to the students is that what it does, it centers heritage and tradition. Sometimes the Bible doesn't even get into the paper, but certainly what contextual Bible study used to do was invite tradition to come and talk to the Bible. And now with Hulisani's work, the tradition sort of invites the Bible in sometimes to come and talk, but maybe not.
It's not the loudest voice in the room.
Yeah, and I think I've been trying to encourage my PhD students with that kind of hermeneutic. And they're very excited, so I'm excited too.
Great.
Oh, that one. I'm Sorry, I think I'm out of protocol here. I shouldn't.
Protocol is overrated.
Yes, no, and also at my age, if I don't talk now, I'll forget everything I want to say later. I think what you've just liberated me. You've just liberated me, and this question has also just liberated me. Because I was wondering what am I going to do about my disagreement with contextual theology, and therefore my disagreement over the years with fellow strugglers with me like Frank Chikani and the contextual theology people, the ICT group, for example. And I've always felt bad about it, but we had to walk out of contextual theology at a certain space because we were being silenced by it. We couldn't talk black, we couldn't act black. And it was worse when we get into the Bible because it's even more difficult to find blackness in the Bible. So I like some of the terms you've just used, like outsourcing. And I really do like what you're saying about whiteness should not outsource their homework to black theologians. But I also feel about the question that we have to realize that the revolution failed us in our country. They left us where enterprise development in BEE codes leaves black. We get dumped in the codes for BEE. Black people are left there. They're thrown there and left there, and that's part of the failure of the revolution. But I like what you're saying about context, which I didn't want to hear anything about. I just didn't like context. I like to name the problem directly. What I hear from this question is that we can't give up on the struggle just because the revolution has betrayed us. It may very well be that it was never intended that the revolution must conclude before we start constructing. That within where we are, with or without the revolution, we should continue the revolutionary struggle, and particularly in the space where we are. And I'm just struggling with those issues at the moment. I had to decide about Cyril Ramaphosa the other day after Friday. I just thought I have to find a way of reading the Bible after the Constitutional Court. And so the struggle continues. The construction happens within that, as liberated, context liberated that way. We refuse to outsource it.
Yeah.
We must have black theological thinking and thought, making the choice, the option for the poor themselves. We'll meet somewhere, don't worry. We'll meet somewhere, but sorry, I couldn't shut up, sorry.
Yeah,
So, colleagues, I think let's close it for now. We'll get a comfort break. Then we'll come back shortly after that. Only 10 minutes comfort break. Thank you, Prof, once again. Let's give Prof a big round.
suddenly, they went into first class, and then a friend of mine said, oh, she knows a horse chiropractor who was taking to Zimbabwe to work on seeing 15 polar bears. So there is clearly somebody with huge wealth. No, yes. And actually, and people who cooperate become part of the organization in Zim. I mean, there's one white person I saw was on television. He's a Greek minister. We tried the first one. And he is, they put in a fresh desk and we just got a message back, we've resolved it, but he still can't log in, so we're going to go again.
Oh, but nobody could understand. Steve would say, you're not supposed to understand. Steve would say, Jimmy, top of us.
Yes. Yeah. No. He just tried yesterday. Yes. And
Yeah, I knew you would have. That would be an insult. I mean, there was. I sent it to Georgie and Joe said, oh my goodness, there's so much ideology here, but it's also Joe could appreciate the critique and the critical engagement.
hello, colleagues. Can we invite you to come back in the room, please, bringing your tea with you? Right. Thank you, everybody. Can you all hear me fine? Okay, so I'm to introduce the next speaker. Dr. Hombana is a pastor, a student of the Bible, a husband and a father of 2 daughters, whose vocation integrates ministry, public life, and academia. As a New Testament student, his primary research interest lies in the biblical text, particularly the Synoptic Gospels, with the Gospel of Mark as a central focus of his early academic work. His research has engaged extensively with apocalypticism and the Passion narratives, examining the political, religious, and cultural dynamics shaping early Christian theology and the ethical implications for contemporary contexts. His publications combine careful text-oriented exegesis with reception, historical, and contextual approaches, especially within African and post-colonial settings. Grounded in the conviction that no interpretation is neutral, his work attends closely to the social location of the reader, ideology, and the context of both the biblical text and its readers, thereby informing his broader interest in hermeneutics and the dialogue between Scripture, the Church, and society. Can I invite Dr. Hombana to come and address us?
I'm not sure whether it's best that I stand. Yeah. Can I sit? Oh, okay. I have to sit down. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present in this enormous event to celebrate the work of the one and only Prof. Gerald West in our second Mosala Symposium, and it is indeed an honor for me. As you could see in the program, the title of this short paper is entitled Gerald West's Contextual Bible Study, Opportunities and Challenges in the Digital Age. By way of introduction, many liberationist theologians, as well as post-colonial and decolonial scholars, concur that interpretation of Scripture is not neutral. Rather, all readings are socially located and shaped by relations of power, history, and lived experiences. This study proceeds from that conviction. Within this trajectory, Contextual Bible Study, known as CBS, emerged in South Africa during the late apartheid era as a response to the systemic exclusion of oppressed communities from biblical interpretation. According to West, CBS developed in conversation with Black theology and social historical criticism as a way of reading the Bible with, rather than for, marginalized readers, affirming their experiences as indispensable interpretative resources. West further argues that CBS is rooted in a struggle-orientated praxis that resists apologetic or purely academic readings of Scripture, insisting instead on interpretation as engaged and transformative practice. Against this backdrop, the research problem guiding this paper asks, how does digital mediation reshape CBS methodology? As biblical interpretation increasingly occurs within online spaces, Chong asserts that the participatory, embodied, and dialogical foundations of interpretative communities are both extended and destabilized. Accordingly, this study investigates two interrelated questions. One, what opportunities does the digital age offer CBS for broader participation and translocal solidarity? And what challenges threaten its core praxis of justice, dialogue, and contextual integrity? Methodologically, this study adopts an interdisciplinary approach, drawing on post-colonial theories, digital humanities, and reception theory to critically assess emerging forms of digitally mediated CBS. Sugarija argues that post-colonial approaches foreground questions of power, voice, and epistemic location in interpretation, while Kambeck and Tsurai assess that digital religion studies provide critical tools for analyzing how religious practices are reshaped in online environments. Within this framework, the digital humanities play a central role. According to Bardick et al., digital humanities involved, I quote, the use of digital resources and methods in the humanities, alongside the study of the cultural, historical, theoretical implications of digitalization, end quote. Svensson argues that digital humanities are not merely instrumental, but critically examine how digital media reshape interpretation, authorship, power, and knowledge production. In practical terms, digital humanities encompasses practices such as text encoding, digital archives, data visualization, online pedagogies, and networking forms of scholarship. Within theology and biblical studies, Horsley asserts that this entails analysis how scripture is read, shared, and recontextualized through digital platforms, as well as how digital mediation affects authority, participation, and reception. In this sense, digital humanities function both methodologically and critically, attending not to technological tools, but also to the social and ethical consequences of digital knowledge production. Theoretically and methodologically, foundations of CBS. To address this question, which are set above, we must briefly recall the theological grammar of contextual Bible study. At its core, CBS is dialogical. West notes that meaning emerges from structured interaction between trained scholars and ordinary readers, particularly those shaped by marginalization. A defining contribution of CBS is its treatment of social location as hermeneutically generative. Experience is not an abstract but a resource. This insight resonates with Dillon's observation that contemporary readers actively inscribed meaning onto biblical text, becoming what he calls new illuminators of Scripture. CBS is also explicitly liberationist in its core. It insists that interpretation must be evaluated according to its capacity to promote justice and life. These commitments, like dialogue, embodiment, participation, and justice, form the non-negotiable core against which digital developments must be critically assessed. This leads us to the third section of my paper, entitled The Digital Turn as Epistemological Shift. The digital turn represents more than a shift in tools. It is an epistemological transformation of some sort. Anderson argues that digital media fundamentally reconfigured the materiality of sacred text, introducing new forms of liminality between the text, the reader, and the medium. Sacred texts are no longer static objects, but dynamic, interactive environments. Allen further notes that digital editions of biblical text destabilize traditional notions of textual authority, as the users can navigate variants, annotations, and hyperlinks in ways previously unavailable. This fluidity challenges the fixity of the printed canon. At the same time, Dyer asserts that digital Bible do not simply extend traditional reading practices, they actively shape them. The interface, tools, and design of digital scripture platforms influence how readers interpret, navigate, and prioritize biblical content. Within the Global South, however, digital transformation must be read alongside structural inequalities. According to Auna and Graham, Africans' integration into global digital networks remain uneven and deeply structured by economic and infrastructural constraints. Thus, digital biblical interpretation unfolds within both expanding possibilities and persistent inequalities. Opportunities for CBS in the digital age. Despite these complexities, the digital age offers significant opportunities for CBS. 1, translocal participation and solidarity. Digital platforms enable CBS to extend beyond localized gatherings into translocal and even transnational networks. According to Auna and Graham, digital connectivity allows new forms of participation in global knowledge networks, even from historically marginalized regions. In this sense, digital CBS can facilitate solidarities across African and Global South context. This aligns with Anderson's argument that digital media dissolves traditional spatial boundaries of textual engagement, allowing dispersed communities to share interpretative space. Secondly, amplification of marginalized voices. Digital platforms create new opportunities for participation and visibility. Dyer notes that everyday users now actively shape biblical interpretation through digital engagement, from annotations of social media and commentaries such as WhatsApp and other forms of social media. This democratization resonates strongly with CBS commitments to the interpretative agency of ordinary readers. Similarly, Dillon observes that contemporary readers increasingly personalized and reinscribed biblical text, suggesting that interpretation has become more participatory and dialogically in digital space. Thirdly, integration of interpretation and action. Digital media also strengthen the link between interpretation and praxis. According to M.J. Nell, digital biblical text in African context invite new hermeneutical practices that connect interpretation with immediate social realities. Digital platforms can facilitate rapid mobilization around issues of justice, thus aligning with CBS liberationist commitments. Challenges and risk. Along these opportunities, there is, of course, significant emerging risk. One, the digital divide. Access remains uneven. As Anna in Grammar argues, that digital inclusion is shaped by infrastructure, cost, and geography, and often excluding rural, economically marginalized population. Nell similarly notes that digital biblical engagement in Africa is constrained by issues such as connectivity and technological literacy. This creates a tension where digital CBS may inadvertently privilege those already included in digital networks. The issue of have and have-nots becomes an issue. Loss of embodiment and dialogical depth. While CBS depends on embodied practices, presence, storytelling, silence, and entrust, Barron notes that digital reading environments tend to encourage skimming rather than deep engagement. This shift risks flattening the relational and dialogical depth which is central to CBS. As Anderson also highlights, the disembodying tendencies of digital textuality, where interaction becomes mediated through screens rather than shared physical space. The third element, it's a platform, power, and mediation. Digital interpretation, of course, is not neutral. Dyer asserts that digital platforms shape reading practices through design and algorithmic structures. What appears as open participation is, in reality, mediated by invisible systems of control. Furthermore, Allen notes that digital textual environments introduce new forms of editorial and technological mediation, raising questions about authority and control in biblical interpretation, which is an issue that is more central to CBS approach. Towards a digital CBS praxis, in light of these opportunities and challenges, this paper proposes pathways forward. These, of course, not absolute, but suggested thoughts and ideas. One, hybrid online-offline models. CBS must remain grounded in embodied context, as Anderson argues that materiality remains central even in digital environments. suggesting the need for a balance between physical and digital engagement. Hybrid models allow digital tools to extend, not to replace, local CBS practices. Justice-orientated digital facilitation. Digital participation must be intentionally structured. As MJ Nell asserts that reading digital biblical text in Africa requires careful attention to context, access, and inclusivity. Facilitation strategies must prioritize marginalized voices, multilingual engagement, and accessible technologies. Ethical commitments, context, consent, and ownership. According to Allen, digital textual practices involves new forms of reproduction and circulation that complicate ownership and authorship. Nell similarly emphasized that issue as of importance where ethical frameworks in digital biblical engagement are issues of great concern. Thus, CBS must ensure that narratives of struggle are not commodified or extracted as digital content. In conclusion, Gerald West's Contextual Bible Study remains a vital, justice-orientated hermeneutical practice in the digital age. Digital technologies expand access, enable translocal participation, and amplify marginalized voices. At the same time, they introduce new forms of exclusion, abstraction, and control. As Baron reminds us, the shift to digital reading is not merely technologically, but profoundly cultural and interpretative. Likewise, as Dare asserts, digital scripture reshapes how communities encounter and understand the Bible. The future of CBS lies not in uncritical technological adoption, nor in nostalgic resistance, but in critically negotiated, justice-orientated hybrid praxis. Digital-mediated CBS will be faithful not when it is innovative, but when it continues to read Scripture with and for the sake of those struggling for life, dignity, and liberation. I thank you. Just on time. Oh, thank you. The next one. I'm done. Alison.
Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Reverend Makalima. His interests focus on philosophical hermeneutics and ethical metaphysics as ontology of the human sciences and as critique of biblical interpretation and theology in South Africa. His recent publication is an essay titled Text, Theory, and Methodology, Ruminations from the Horizon of a Reader from the South. Welcome.
Well, good morning to everyone. Two texts to begin with. One is Matthew 9, verse 36. When he saw the crowds, he had compassion for them because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. And the second text is John 10, verse 10. The thief kleptes, the thief, the one who takes, comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have life abundantly. The metaphysics of liberation, hermeneutics, a deconstruction of the ordinary reader in the work of Gerald West. As far back as 2006, Christo Lombard throws a shade at the ordinary reader as popularized by Professor Gerald West. Christo Lombard highly regards West's work and acknowledges West and his conception of the ordinary reader to be the face or international face, rather, of South African biblical scholarship and theology. However, he resents that well, you've read that article. He resents that the ordinary reader has surpassed the so-called focus on the text of linguistic structuralism, which was dominant in the 1970s in South African hermeneutics. The ordinary reader would be unfair to sacrifice to Lombard's misunderstanding of the complexity of this contribution by West to hermeneutics in South Africa. Therefore, this paper, as part of a short series of papers, is concerned about much of the forgetfulness in contemporary scholarship of the landmarks and traditions that make up the best of South African hermeneutics. This series poses a quo vadis question to contemporary scholarship and updating and reminding these scholars and theologians of these landmarks in their traditionless approaches to theology.
The ordinary reader is, as this paper views it, a pathway to the metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics. Hence, this paper aims at deconstructing the ordinary reader in Gerald West's work so that it can arrive at the bottom of what could possibly be the metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics. At the risk of sounding too forward, and this is important in case you fall asleep. The proposition suggested by this paper, an answer to the question, what can be learned from West's ordinary reader about the metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics, is this. The metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics, and if you forget anything I've said today, remember just this part. The metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics is justice for the marginalized. In order to demonstrate how this paper arrives at this conclusion or proposition, an evolutionary morphological structure is followed to deconstruct the ordinary reader in West's work. And before we go on, just one more word about deconstruction. Deconstruction, as generally popularized by Jacques Derrida, is commonly misconstrued to be negative critique, of which, if we recall that Derrida himself uses the word from Heidegger's work, Martin Heidegger, that is, his famous Being and Time. And there, deconstruction, as originally used by Heidegger, does not necessarily point to a negative critique, but it talks of an attempt to unravel a subject. Now we begin with the first of the 4 points. Of course, I cannot exhaust all I have to say about this talking to you here. I hope you will read the paper when it's published, and maybe will come to terms with what I'm trying to say. Now, I have already said this follows an evolutionary morphological structure. Now, an evolutionary morphological structure is basically tracing origins, development, nature, and function. So that's basically it. Now, we look at the first point, the origins of the ordinary reader. Where does this ordinary reader come from? The origins of the ordinary reader can be traced back to the late 70s and 1980s transition from the bourgeois linguistic structuralism to materialistic reader-orientated readings of the text. For example, Lombard's differences with the ordinary reader is just typical of bourgeois concerns against dialectic materialism in the reading of biblical texts. He is just being nostalgic of the glory of discourse analysis, which I had already said was dominant in the 1970s. Now, 3 subordinate points under this main point. The linguistic structuralism of the 70s was very quickly proven to be an accomplice of the establishment, which is the apartheid at the time, because of its silence and complacency of the social injustices of the time. In that way, it lost its credibility and gave way to more reader-orientated approaches, which began to rise from the late 70s into the 80s. One of the foremost critics of discourse analysis from among the whites was Ferdinand Diest. He introduced an alternative approach which is more historical and distancing himself from linguistic structuralism and its formalism. But soon, in this second subpoint, socio-historical approaches from the work of Diest began to open up questions of ethics, ethics of the societies in the text, which also further led to questions of ethics in the contemporary society of the reader. And against this, linguistic structuralism could not really stand. Now, Gerald West comes into the play in 1985, because that's when he graduates with his, rather 1987, between 1985 to 1987. He starts his MA in 1985 and ends in 1987. And what does he write about? He writes about the successive narrative as history in the Old Testament. Now, his interest then, as a linguist that he is, his interest goes into the history, like Ferdinand Diest, and being there, he also begins to be concerned about issues of ethics in the process of reading, the ethics in those historical societies, and the ethics in current societies. Now that culminates in his doctoral dissertation, a doctoral thesis where he looks at the liberation approaches to interpreting biblical texts. So you can see the move from structural linguistics to history, and then to dialectical materialism and concerns about the reader. So this is where it comes from. It is in this transition from text to hermeneutical significance of the reader, which serves as the origins of the ordinary reader in Wes's work. I believe I have only 1 minute left, if not 2, but I've only just spoken about the first of the 4 points. To summarize the 4 points quickly, the development of the ordinary reader in Wes's work is an intersection of liberation hermeneutics, black theology of liberation, and contextual theology. That is explained in the paper. Wes's ordinary reader develops along the lines of prophetic theology, and it is therefore a fundamental self-identification and defense of the marginalized. The third point, the nature of the ordinary reader. Now, this is where one in the paper would have to drink at least 3 cups of coffee, because I go straight into Heidegger and the concerns that Levinas had with Heidegger. Basically, Levinas is saying the tendency of the ontological metaphysics of Western philosophy is that it seeks to totalize, it seeks to control, it seeks to know and understand, and its knowledge and understand is the universal. There is nothing to know outside of it, nothing to understand outside of it. But then Levinas introduces infinity in this attempted totality, and he says that the starting point of philosophy should perhaps be ethics, ethics of the other, not being, because he says, if we go as far back as René Descartes, he says, his cogito ergo sum, thinks nothing about in whose land he might be at the time when he thinks, and therefore he feels he is. Now he's saying every being comes to this life and recognizes itself as already being nurtured by other beings. The nature of the conception of the ordinary reader then is justice for the other, which is the metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics. But then read about that. And then lastly, the function of the ordinary reader, that is the hermeneutical function of the ordinary reader, is the consciousness of the biblical scholar and theologian. Something that Bible scholars don't do now, which they are supposed to do, is to consider the reception history of the text. They don't do that. Now, in the consideration of the reception history of the text, the world in front of the text, as it is called, the ordinary reader become very important there. Now, the importance of the ordinary reader at that point of reception must not be undermined, as David Tracy once pointed out. The world behind the text, the world in the text, is all an illusion. There's only one world between us and the text, is the world in front of the text. There is no way you can access the world behind the text. There is no way you can access the world in the text without the world in front of the text. In fact, the world in front of the text is the beginning and the end of any world associated with the biblical text. Now, in this world, the advantage of the ordinary reader, as Gerald West constantly says in his work, referring to Mosala, is the struggle eyes of the ordinary reader. The ordinary reader has a chance to understand the text better than the scholar, because he identifies or she identifies through his or her own lived experiences with the suffering and the marginalized that we see in the scriptures. So the ordinary reader is a living conscience for the biblical scholar and theologian. If I was to conclude, I was going to go to Augustine's De Trinitate and discuss what justice actually is. But the long and short of it, the metaphysics of liberation hermeneutics, according to a deconstruction of Gerald West's ordinary reader, is simply justice. You can ask me what justice is. We can do Augustine over the breakout.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If we could all get over our amazement at that wonderful speech, we now have our next speaker, Professor Ndiko Mchiselwa, is an African liberationist reader of the Old Testament. Oh, am I wrong? Oh, okay. With specific interest in the Pentateuch, Psalms, and the 8th century BCE prophets. His recent interest is on the intersection between the Hebrew Bible, Southern Levantine archaeology, and South African archaeology. Ndiko Mchiselwa, welcome.
Thank you so much to the organizers of this symposium for this privilege of reflecting on Gerald West hermeneutics and the struggle with the Bible. My topic has changed slightly. It reads Interpreting Moses and Being Cautious, an African liberationist perspective. Taking cues from Gerald West, among others, who approaches biblical texts with suspicion, the present paper reads the story of Moses with caution. The reception of the story of Moses in Africa exhibits contestations, particularly in African biblical hermeneutics and black theology of liberation. The paper argues that while the reception of Moses' story in Africa is affirmative, it is necessary to be cautious about problematic elements in the depiction of Moses. The paper first examines Moses' characterization in relation to Pharaoh and the Egyptian court, then explores his role in the discourse of the Promised Land, and finally analyzes his interaction with women within his narrative. Against the backdrop of Moses' reception in African biblical hermeneutics, black theology of liberation, and post-colonial discourses, the study does not aim to judge the story as good or bad, but to explore its liberative potential. Could it be then that argued that while affirming the reception of Moses' story in Africa, greater attention must be given to its problematic elements? Now focus on Moses and the Pharaoh's palace, or the so-called castle of the mainstream. Hopkins calls black theology of liberation a theology outside of the castle of the mainstream. He warns that entering the castle of the mainstream and being faithful to a gospel of liberation can present damaging possibility. In addition, he remarks that those who take seriously African American thought as central to constructing a theology risk losing all the privileges gained in the castle while they persist in using the phrase black theology, and more specifically, black theology of liberation of the poor. While accepting the view of both of Hopkins, caution is necessary regarding how the castle of the mainstream operates and how it affects the significance of being inside or outside. Wine is minded of the Isiswati saying, ungamukhipa munso kanyamazana, kovzwa ngete wamukhipa bunyamazane kuye. The saying implies that although a person may leave kanyamazane, the ideals, behaviors, social conditioning associated with it are difficult, if not impossible, to escape. It is against this background that Moses' upbringing in the Pharaoh's palace, or rather the castle of the mainstream, and its bearing on his characterization may be considered. Ngo's Cameroonian post-war hermeneutics reading of Exodus 2 brings a refreshing reading and reception of Moses' story and characterization. As he observes, particularly with the post-colonial history of African people and of other colonized nations in mind, Moses does not exist apart from Pharaoh and Egypt. As Mosala observed, the story of Moses and dynamics surrounding him and Pharaoh presents a difficulty for a hermeneutics of liberation. Exodus 2, 5-10 locates Moses and his identity in the Pharaoh's palace and his castle. Verse 5 introduces the daughter of Pharaoh as a representative of the Egyptian empire to the depiction of the identity of Moses. In verse 6, the verb, and she took pity, places Moses at a level where his survival is dependent on the authority and the mercy of Pharaoh's daughter, and thus the empire. Interestingly, although Moses is initially recognized by the empire as one of the Hebrews' children, this identification shifts in verse 10. Moses becomes the son of Pharaoh's daughter, and the empire confers upon him a new identity through the bestowal of a name. The name, however, is far from granting Moses total identification with the empire, but stands as a constant reminder that she drew him out of the water. That is verse 10. Notwithstanding, though, Moses becomes the son of the empire figure with authority, one who enjoys obedience from other women, who takes pleasure in being served, and who gives orders. The identification of Moses in Exodus 2, 5-10 is also cast with economic privileges from the empire, where in verse 9 his mother receives an uncommon economic benefit from the association with Pharaoh's daughter. Unlike the case in Exodus 1:11, where the slaves' masters oppressed the Hebrews with forced labor, in Exodus 2, verse 9, Moses' mother is given work with compensation. The text reads, "Take this child and nurse it for me, and I will give you your wage." Moses becomes the son of the palace that enjoys the privileges of the castle. Drawing on Philo, Josephus, and Feldman, Matthew portrays Moses, emphasizing particularly his upbringing in the Pharaoh's palace. Feldman notes that Moses' education in Egypt, covering arithmetic, geometry, poetry, music, philosophy, astronomy, and Assyrian literature, closely resembles that of the philosopher king described in Plato's Republic. As Matthews observes, After his perceived birth to Pharaoh's daughter, Moses was often called the young king by the general Egyptian population and received a royal education. As Joseph recounts, Moses' killing of an Egyptian, as interpreted by Pharaoh under his advisor's influence, as an attempt to seize the throne prematurely. Matthew notes Moses' receipt of extended treatment in the preface of Josephus' History of the Jews, that is the Antiquities of the Jews. According to Josephus' depiction, Moses grew up in the royal household as a designated heir to the throne of Egypt, and later became Pharaoh's rival and ultimately a military general. Moses' royal education also included military training, which ultimately led to his appointment as a military general. As Ramanswana puts this, Moses was trained in Pharaoh's court, that is, in the colonial oppressive state. Moses' upbringing in the castle of the mainstream thus shaped him into a soldier adopting Egyptian methods of defending the nation through both military force and political treaties. Could the Pharaoh be separated from the story of Moses and personhood? Noteworthy, Exodus 1:18 says, "Then the new king to whom Joseph meant nothing came to power in Egypt." Here, the empire others the Hebrews, denying them the socio-economic benefits enjoyed under Joseph. As Masanya notes, for the Pharaoh, the Israelites were a dreadful other. The Pharaoh does not regard them as equal within the castle of the mainstream. In addition, Exodus 1:9 suggests that the Israelite people threatened the power of the empire. The Pharaoh of Exodus 2 is therefore a figure with insecurities and is concerned about his power. Worthy of note, as Pixley reasoned, the Pharaoh's fear is the fear of every oppressor, ancient or modern. The oppressed are necessary to do the dirty work no citizen wants to do and control as the potential enemy. Furthermore, the Pharaoh of the story of Moses places people he is comfortable with in a position of power and authority, for instance, as masters with others, to be controlled. The empire maintained its power through the creation of ruling and subordinate classes. In addition, violence and killing is a problem-solving strategy for the Pharaoh of Moses' story. The episode of Exodus 2:11-14 cast Moses in a problematic light, especially in the hermeneutics of liberation in the African context. Moses leaves the palace, rather the castle of the mainstream, and visits his people, that is Exodus 2:11. One may question Moses' distance from the Hebrews and his mere observation of their hard labor, but the text may be appreciated as the subsequent indeed depicts a sociological distance between them. After his visit, as Mosala remarks, he kills the Egyptian on behalf of the slaves workers, and then he expects them to trust and believe him when he utters that familiar blacker-than-thou political self-righteousness. Why are you beating up a fellow Hebrew? The oppressed struggled to identify with Moses, who enjoyed the privileges of the Pharaoh's palace. Interesting, while the oppressed Hebrews associate Moses with the empire, they view him as equal under the authority of the empire, though located at a rather privileged position. They ask, who made you a ruler and the judge of us? Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? That is in Exodus 2:14. No doubt, they view themselves as different from Moses. Verse 14 highlights the contrasting nouns, you and us. it seems that the Israelites here find it difficult to escape the thought that Moses grew up in the palace as an Egyptian. Exodus 21:11 to 14 portrays Moses as mirroring Pharaoh, showing no hesitation in killing. Moses' action is consistent with the actions of Pharaoh, who espouses the idea of murdering the othered human. It may therefore be reasonable to deduce that Moses' ideology and behavior tallies with that of the empire. The Black theology of liberation offers an interesting reception of Moses and his characterization, especially in relation to the empire and its influence for him. Numbers 11 presents a case of rebellion addressed through the sharing of governance by appointing 70 elders. As Bosak remarks, although their institution and appointment, that is in Numbers 11, verse 16 to 30, is commendable, although it's commendable, it becomes clear that the sharing of responsibility does not mean sharing power, and that the power seems to remain wholly in Moses' hand. In addition, according to Bosak, Moses' leadership remains what one can call benevolent prophetic dictatorship. The elders did not really share power with Moses. Moses' authority remained unchallenged. Moses' instructions, which he supports with the reference to 5 minutes. Okay. The point made here, okay, let me go to the second part of which is that Moses, locating Moses and struggling with the idea of Moses in the discourse of the promised land. The motive of the promised land is central to Moses' calling and giving its role in the Exodus narrative. Is inseparable from imperial forces and Pharaoh Moses' discourse. The God of Moses sought to deliver the Israelites from the Egyptians and to bring them up out of the land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to a country of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Thus, Moses' characterization must be understood within the context of relocating the Israelites to the land already inhabited by the others. Notably, the Hexatur reflects two perspectives on acquiring the promised land: an anti-colonial view emphasizing negotiation in occupying spaces, and a colonial view prioritizing quest through superior power. The point made here is that it is far to detach or to conceptualize the role of Moses outside the discourse of the promised land. And the promised land points to that of God and Moses' God, or whoever's God, wanting to relocate the Israelites, and a God who is not only a liberator to some extent, but one who conquers the land of the other. In essence, it's quite a very naughty God. Furthermore, the characterization of Moses cannot be detached from the role played by women in the story. One can look at Miriam. The story of Miriam places a critical role in the birth and upbringing of Moses. It offers a liberative contribution to the story of Moses. In the beginning of the story, Miriam defies the instruction of the autocratic empire to kill the boy child by first locating herself at a critical distance to guard Moses, and second, facilitating the inclusion of the biological parent in his upbringing. Moses later on in Miriam later on in Numbers 12 represent a depiction of a liberative position and account against the autocratic Moses. In Numbers 12:2, Miriam challenges Moses. She asks, "Has the Lord only spoken to Moses? Has he not spoken also through us?" Moses may have perceived himself as the sole legitimate recipient of divine communication, viewing Miriam's prophetic role as secondary. Importantly, as Paul suggests, Miriam represents those who speaks against the representative of Mosaic authority. Yahweh's reaction to Miriam's action of speaking against Moses is striking. Yahweh intervenes directly in defense of Moses. He says, when there are prophets among you, I, the Lord, make myself known to them in vision. I speak to them in dreams, not so with my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house. With him I speak face to face, clearly, not in riddles, and he beholds the form of the Lord. Similar to this to his status in the Pharaoh's place, Moses holds a unique privileges in Yahweh's realm. He alone speaks to face with God and is elevated to a form of a God. He is not to be challenged, as God says, "Ask, why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" Signaling divine anger in defiance. And so, once you read the story of Miriam in Numbers, one begins to get a different picture of a Moses whose authority is not to be controlled, and Moses who uses God to protect his authority and position. In conclusion, the essay, this paper, argued that while Moses is viewed as a hero in the Christian Bible, whose leadership is inspiring many in Africa and African who advocates for the liberation of people, it is necessary to be aware of the problematic elements surrounding his depiction. And lastly, for the purposes of doing a contextual Bible studies, a reading of the Bible, I leave the task to you to navigate where you are in the story and the problematic depiction of Moses. Thank you so much for your attention.
Our next speaker is Mr. Tolo Kokuni, who is the pastor of the Free State Bible Church and a self-proclaimed student for life. He has not spent a single year outside the classroom since 1989. He teaches New Testament and early Christian studies and public health at the University of South Africa. Welcome.
I thought that I was going to do this a little bit later, but good morning, colleagues and fellow scholars and participants. And it is a joy and a privilege for me to be here this morning. And I said to Professor Mosala that my presentation is probably going to be a little bit more different, because looking at the titles that are here, mine is the only one that sounds like it is a dissent and talks about Professor Mosala, but it isn't dissenting from any of the views. I just have great respect for all of you, and I come from a perspective that would like to add to the current held beliefs that we want to see lived out. But the presentation is titled "Throwing the Bible in the Dustbin at Our Own Peril: Mosala's Fidelity to Anchoring the Bible in Theological Curricula." This paper emerges from a critical moment during the 2025 Mosala Symposium, where an important and unsettling question was posed to Prof. Itumele Mosala. The question concerned the persistent contradiction within institutions of theological education. How is it that theology continues to be taught in universities, seminaries, and theological colleges and churches, and yet our societies remain marked by corruption, widening inequality, exploitation, and the ongoing erosion of the dignity and rights of the poor? The question was not merely academic. It carried profound ethical and political agency. Mosala's response, as I interpret it, and I said to him, I don't know if you will agree with me, was not to defend theological education uncritically, but to interrogate the ideological assumptions embedded within theological curricula themselves. And the issue is not simply that theology exists and we should keep it at that. The issue is the kind of theology that is being produced, legitimized, and normalized in institutions of higher learning. That is the problem. Too often, theological curricula domesticate the Bible into an abstract academic object, while simultaneously severing it from the lived realities of oppressed communities. In this form, theology becomes detached from struggle. It becomes intellectually sophisticated, yet socially seen as harmless. It critiques in theory while remaining passive in practice. When internalized, this discussion at the symposium was a provocative, and there was an intervention from one academic I respect, who suggested that the genuine liberation and for us to conquer these struggles will require abandoning the Bible altogether. And he did so graciously. That is why he said, the problem is not that, it is how it is used and read. And said the problem is with the curricula, and we should look at curriculums. Now this paper then takes that statement seriously. It does not dismiss the frustration behind such a claim. We cannot deny that the Bible has historically been weaponized in the service of colonialism, apartheid, patriarchy, racism, capitalism, and ecclesial domination. Biblical texts have often been interpreted through ideological lenses that legitimize oppression rather than resist it. However, the central argument of this paper is that abandoning the Bible does not solve the problem of oppressive interpretation. Rather, it risks, it risks the most contested and transformative sides of struggle available to oppressed communities. We will go to our people, and sometimes when we have events such as these, the people that we often talk about are usually not even here or represented, but I have heard from the first keynote speaker the voices of the marginalized, and even reading Professor West's works, that our interlocutors are even the people that will not write or come to conferences such as these. And so when we go to the communities and we go to them and throw in the Bible in the dustbin, I propose we're not going to do anything. The issue, therefore, is not whether the Bible should remain. The issue is how it is read and who reads it, as Professor West has often wrestled with this, and for whose interest is it interpreted, and what social realities govern its interpretation. And in this paper, then, I advance what I term reflective continual narratology, or RCN. It is a methodological approach that reflects critically on prior scholarship engagement while narrating the continuing struggle for justice across time. It understands biblical interpretation not as a closed historical exercise, but as participation within an ongoing continuum of struggle where past, present, and future realities intersect, because some people want us to believe that hermeneutics and interpretation of some text is fixed and we have it and we cannot find even ways to better interpret the Bible. And that is why some theologies remain. And within this framework, then, biblical texts are not frozen artifacts imprisoned within antiquity, nor are they infinitely pliable documents that can be made to say anything. Rather, they are texts generated within concrete socio-political struggles that continue to resonate within contemporary contexts of oppression and resistance. RCN therefore insists on two simultaneous commitments. First, fidelity to historical and contextual particularity, and second, responsible contemporary engagement. This means that contemporary relevance must emerge through rigorous hermeneutical work rather than ideological projection or even what we can argue sometimes can be anachronistic appropriation. One of the concerns emanating from this paper is the growing tendency within some academic spaces to treat even what appears and what people aim to and what we all aspire to do, faithful exegesis and social transformation, as though they are competing enterprises. On the one side, historical critical precision persists, and on the other stands liberationist relevance. And it's as if those two cannot coexist. But this paper then argues that such a dichotomy is false. Faithful hermeneutics or exegesis and transformative relevance are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually reinforcing. In fact, poorly grounded interpretation often produces the very ideological distortions that liberationist scholars rightly critique. When texts are detached from serious hermeneutical engagement, they become vulnerable to manipulation by political power, economic interests, nationalism, prosperity ideologies, and ecclesial authoritarianism. Consequently, then, throwing the Bible away does not eliminate ideological struggle. It merely relocates it elsewhere, often into less visible and less accountable discursive systems. Mosala's contribution, as this paper argues, lies precisely in this refusal to abandon the biblical text despite recognizing its ideological complexity. It isn't to say that there aren't difficult texts. We have to wrestle with those. And they are there. I'm busy at the moment taking a course on the God of the Bible and of the Old Testament and why so much violence there. And then there is a book that I read recently that talks about the violent texts in the Bible, and I must admit, looking at those and from the Old Testament, I myself was even surprised to see so much violence, even though I read the Bible every 90 days, overlooked. Yes, I read it every 90 days, read through it. But we have to look at these things. And so Mosala's work then demonstrates that the Bible itself is a terrain of struggle. It contains competing voices, social tensions, ideological fractures, and traces of class conflict. Yet, this complexity does not render the texts unusable. Rather, it demands more responsible and socially conscious hermeneutics. This becomes especially significant within theological education. That is why we should not get rid of the Bible. If theological curricula continue to reproduce detached, elitist, and socially insulated modes of interpretation, they will inevitably fail marginalized communities, because the fact of the matter is that our people and those that we speak about will continue to study at institutions such as these and elsewhere. But if theological education cultivates critical, historically grounded, and contextually engaged hermeneutics, then Mosala argues that the Bible can continue functioning as a resource for resistance, critique, ethical imagination, and social transformation. Theological education, therefore, must not merely teach students how to interpret texts, it must teach them how texts operate within structures of power, how interpretation shapes social realities, and how hermeneutics itself can either sustain oppression or challenge it. To discard the Bible entirely would risk severing theological reflection from one of the most enduring archives of human wrestling with justice, power, suffering, and divine agency. And this I've seen as I have been studying at the moment, even though I teach, as you had, New Testament and early Christian studies, but love the Hebrew Bible, the Hebrew language, Syriac, Aramaic, and doing even Arabic at the moment to read those texts. You can see the struggles that are there, and you can see the human struggle with justice that dates from a long time ago, and even extra biblical texts that record these events. The narratives of suffering that even come alive, I would say, and even suggest when we read them in the languages in which they were written, and also sometimes written by people whose books we do not see. And we find those in archaeology and some of those things. The sufferings of the people, exile, resistance, hope, and liberation. They are there. Justice is there. Power is challenged, and we see it in the Bible. Suffering is there, and we have to wrestle with it. And I must admit, as somebody who loves and believes the Bible, topics of suffering are the most difficult for me to deal with. And divine agency as well at the same time. And I often have to deal with having to explain to people how we have these things. In conclusion, then, this paper argues that the failures of theological education and of the hermeneutic of the oppressors and the apartheid, evil scholars are not resolved and will not be resolved by abandoning Scripture, but by reconfiguring the hermeneutical frameworks through which Scripture is engaged. And I would suggest, as Dr. Mutuku also said this morning, to stop maybe trying to deconstruct. I won't say that that is wrong, but I believe that we've done enough. And Prof. Mosala said, no, they've not done enough if we rely on Prof. Mosala and the rest. But we can do that work, as some of us are saying. We're not going to try and convince people who will never be convinced, because doing that causes us to neglect the many people that we should be doing work among. People who look like me sometimes, who will even have this hat on, and sometimes I'll even be told to take this hat off, as if looking like this is something wrong. There's nothing wrong. There are people who look like this who read the Bible, and so. The task before us, then, is not to throw the Bible into the dustbin, but, as I said, to resist the ideological domestication or the refusal to challenge hermeneutical lenses that remain and theologies that have been constructed. And even as we've been given the privilege of being in institutions where we can speak and write about these things, we should not throw the Bible and do away with theological curricula in our institutions. The challenge is not the existence of the text and the Bible. It is not the problem. The challenge is the struggle over its interpretation and application. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everybody. We now have a presentation by Dr. Sthembiso Zwane, who is the director of the Ujamaa Center for Biblical and Theological Community Development and Research. He graduated with his PhD last year, and he is also the coordinator of bread theology within Ujamaa. Unfortunately, Dr. Zwane has had a bereavement, and so he cannot be here in person, but as the wonderful professional he is, he has produced a video, and his presentation will come to us in that format. We hope.
Good morning, colleagues and comrades. I wish to take this opportunity and convey my sincere gratitude to all the partners in this collaborative project that recognizes exceptional scholars in biblical scholarship. We indeed stand on the shoulders of Professor Itumeleng Mosala and Professor Gerard West, and through their scholarship, they have produced post-colonial tools of biblical interpretation, creating a conducive environment for liberation hermeneutics that finds expression in contextual Bible study. The title of my paper is Gerard West's Contextual Bible Study, Ordinary Readers as Interlocutors in Biblical Interpretation that Facilitates Participatory Community Development. In this paper, I will employ a spatial framework, the invited spaces, which engages oppressive systems and structures, the invigorated spaces, which engages liberation paradigm of contextual Bible study, and the invented spaces of transformation, which engages with the participatory community development model. I will use these frameworks in the spatial theoretical framework to appropriate contextual Bible study as a tool to facilitate participatory community development. The argument is threefold. The paper argues that the invited spaces represent an oppressive contextual reality for the ordinary readers. Secondly, the paper argues that the contextual Bible study creates the invigorated spaces of liberation that enable ordinary readers to be interlocutors in biblical interpretation. Third, the paper argues that the invented spaces enables ordinary readers of the Bible to facilitate contextual Bible study that contributes to forms of participatory community development. Let me begin by also locating contextual Bible study within the Ujamaa work. In Gerard West's scholarship, which has been about the work of the Ujamaa Center for many, many decades, indicates that contextual Bible study is a form of contextual theology. that involves collaborative contextual reading of the Bible between the ordinary readers and the trained readers in local communities, churches, organizations, and the academia. Furthermore, West and the Ujamaa Center have offered a consolidated definition of CBS, which serves as a working definition. This definition argues that contextual Bible study is a collaborative post-colonial praxis in which the already present Bible is reread communally and critically, drawing on the local interpretive resources of particular organized communities of the poor and the marginalized ordinary readers of the Bible, and the critical interpretive resources of socially engaged, biblical and theologically trained readers, working together for a systemic social and theological transformation. So this is the basis from which we understand contextual Bible study as Ujamaa, facilitated by Professor Gerard West. According to Prof. Gerard West, the use of the term reader in ordinary reader postulate a shift in hermeneutics towards the reader. So the reader becomes the subject of contextual Bible study. The term is metaphoric in this instance because it includes many who are illiterate but who often listen to the Bible and retell the story of the Bible. It also refers to all readers who read the Bible pre-critically. So if the Bible is read from a pre-critical perspective, automatically those people might be understood to be ordinary readers of the Bible. This might be a contested notion, but for the scope of this paper, I'm not going to engage in this debate. Therefore, we move into the three spatial frameworks that I am using for this paper. The first is the invited spaces, ordinary readers as poor and marginalized by systems of oppression. So ordinary readers fight oppression in the invited spaces of gender, class, race, and sexuality. The first system is patriarchal system, which is a gender system. In this case, the social construct of gender is perpetuated by patriarchy, which controls the bodies of women that are socialized into a system that marginalizes their agency. So in this case, culture controls the narrative of patriarchy, including the narrative in the religious space, which is very much embedded in culture in their marginalization of women. Secondly is the economic system, which is a class system. The global financial institutions of your IMF, the World Bank, are the instruments that facilitate dominance over other countries that are economically compromised, which therefore subject the poor and the unemployed in those countries to their lowest level, reaching unprecedented proportion of unemployment. The third system is the racial system, which is based on race and the minority supremacist, in this case, white supremacist ideology, which marginalizes and excludes black people from accessing resources. The racial system is institutionalized and is designed to ensure that it benefits the few in the echelons of power, from the days of apartheid and now to the days of democracy. The economy is still in the hands of the few, and those few are mostly white and male. The fourth system is heterosexual system, which is the system that deals with issues of sexuality. The normative heterosexual approach is a dominant narrative in this case, where bodies of queer are excluded and marginalized in the society, in our families, in the church. They are marginalized and they are oppressed by this system. Now we move into the second argument of the invigorated spaces. The invigorated spaces offer biblical interpretation through contextual Bible study process that Professor Gerard West has offered us as a tool. Ordinary readers as interlocutors in the invigorated spaces of contextual Bible study are used in this case as people who offer expert knowledge based on their lived and embodied reality. So ordinary readers don't come as passive participants in the contextual Bible study, but they come as experts in understanding a lived and embodied reality. So unlike in the invited spaces, in the CPS process, the ordinary readers are breaking the silence on gender-based violence through meaningful participation in redemptive reappropriation of biblical text that are oppressive, promoting patriarchy, and in the process silencing the voices of women in families, churches, and in the academia. But in this case, ordinary readers have contributed to the interpretation of 2 Samuel 13 verses 1 to 22, for instance, where they are challenging the rape of Tamar, bringing into this discussion their lived and embodied reality of rape. Secondly, ordinary readers are prioritizing the God of work, the God who is a worker, in challenging systems of economic hierarchy that seems to advocate for master-slave binary that dominates in church theology. And in this case, the ordinary readers have reinterpreted Matthew chapter 20, 1 to 16, to locate themselves within the paradigm of a socialist system that challenges the dominant capitalist system that privatizes resources and marginalizes the workers or the unemployed. Thirdly, is that the readers are rejecting the dominant biblical and theological narrative of sexuality by offering an alternative view in collaboration with the socially engaged biblical scholars. The ordinary readers in this case have contributed to the reinterpretation of Genesis 19 and 18 in that order, which is deliberate. And of course, engaging in a paradigm shift from homosexuality, as these texts have been interpreted from a dominant perspective, to hospitality, a new way of understanding Genesis 19 and 18. In all of these examples, West's contextual Bible study process has been used to reinterpret these biblical texts on the basis that it's a collaborative reading between ordinary readers and socially engaged biblical scholars. Now we move to the third element of the argument, the invented spaces of participatory community development. So ordinary readers in this case are agents of transformation. They facilitate their own invented spaces of participatory community development in their local communities. For instance, the survivors of DPV use knowledge of biblical interpretation in the contextual Bible study process to break the silence on rape in their local communities, contributing to transformational behavior and attitude in the community. So they challenge stigmatization of people who are survivors of rape by educating communities using the Bible, which is an instrument that is respected in our communities. So a redemptive reading offers resources for participatory community development. The unemployed also challenge chronic unemployment using biblical tools of economic justice expressed in the contextual Bible study to develop entrepreneurial skills in their local communities. And thirdly, the queer activists facilitate educational dialogues using CPS process in the communities, focusing on homophobia, hate crime, and the so-called corrective rape, creating an awareness in local communities. So these are the invented spaces, fully controlled by ordinary readers, who I think Antonio Gramsci refers to them as organic intellectuals, changing their communities and facilitating processes of social change. I conclude by summarizing this argument that the paper has attempted to argue that the invited spaces represent an oppressive contextual reality for the ordinary readers of the Bible. Secondly, The paper has argued that the contextual Bible study created by Professor Gerald West invigorates spaces of liberation that enable ordinary readers to be interlocutors in biblical interpretation. And thirdly, the paper has argued that the invented spaces enables ordinary readers of the Bible to facilitate contextual Bible study process that contributes to forms of participatory community development. I thank you. Aluta continua.
Viva Ujuma, viva! Viva! Long live! I'm simply doing what Stair would do if he was here.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Hulisani Ramanswana, who is a lecturer and scholar in Old Testament at the University of South Africa in the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, where he is also the chair of department. His research interests include African Bible hermeneutics and decolonizing biblical hermeneutics in South Africa. Please, Prof.
Good afternoon. It is such a joy for me to be here. When we came up with the idea of the Mosala Symposium, it was because we still had the thirst and hunger to sit at his feet and learn from him. But we also said we don't simply want to honor them when they are not with us anymore. We want to honor them when they are still with us. And therefore, the idea of the Mosala Symposium was born. And it started last year, and it continues this year as we honor Professor Gerald West. As a young scholar, one of the things that you worry about and it concerns you is whether anyone will read your work. And I should say, in my case, I only came to realize that someone is reading my work through Professor Gerald West. And the first real encounter in which I got to know Professor West closely, it was when we were in Argentina. And I was presenting a paper there on the last session. So it means that you are expecting basically no one to be there. And he was there. And at that point, I was still reflecting and still at the initial stages of the decolonial approach. How do I really shape it? How do I go about with it? And figuring my way through that grid. And he was there to listen to that paper. And ever since, he has been following my work as well. And I am also really honored that students here also read my work. It's an honor. In reflecting on Professor West's hermeneutics, I wish to engage with the subject offensive biblical hermeneutics in the face of the US-Israel empire, drawing critical insights from West's hermeneutical approach. My aim is to interrogate and expand upon Professor West's hermeneutical stance regarding the role of interlocutors in the interpretive process, which he regards as the core principle that lies at the heart of liberation hermeneutics. The central question I pose today is, with whom do we read? Especially when confronted by the imperial power and self-authorizing actions of the US-Israel empire, a force that not only boasts unmatched military strength, but also positions itself as the ultimate arbiter of law and justice. In this reflection, I am committed to probing the nuances of offensive biblical hermeneutics as a counter-imperial strategy, specifically through the lens of Gerald West's framework for selecting interlocutors. For West, this selection is not merely a methodological concern, it is ethical and theological foundation of liberation hermeneutics. I contend that the question, with whom do we read, cannot be confined to our immediate context, the here and now, the poor and marginalized within our communities, townships, cities, municipalities, provinces, countries, and even our continent. From a decolonial hermeneutical perspective, it is imperative that we do not limit our solidarity and interpretive engagement solely to those suffering in our immediate context. To do so will undermine the moral and hermeneutical intent of Black theology of liberation, as well as its extension in post-colonial and decolonial hermeneutics. We must recognize that ignoring the suffering of others beyond our immediate context constitutes a profound betrayal of the ongoing liberative struggle. Our responsibility, therefore, extends outward. In our own struggles and suffering, we are ethically bound to acknowledge and stand in solidarity with the suffering of peoples elsewhere, such as the Palestinian people in Gaza, the West Bank, and the people in Lebanon, and the people in Venezuela, and the people in Iran. This broader commitment is essential to maintaining the integrity and radical reach of liberation hermeneutics in the face of the empire. Therefore, I argue that we have to take offense when we see the violence, killing, suffering, and marginalization of others, and also be on the offensive for the sake of us all. Let me reflect briefly on the US-Israel empire as a threat. The US-Israel empire has recently lifted its head up and has become increasingly aggressive in its geopolitical maneuvers, impacting global dynamics and local communities. The recent aggressions, just to mention a few, include wars, military interventions, economic sanctions. Since the war in Gaza started, we have witnessed thousands of people killed indiscriminately and the destruction of Gaza at unprecedented levels. The same phenomena is repeating itself in Lebanon as we speak. The condemnation of the war and the decisions of the International Court of Justice fall on deaf ears, and there is no one to implement the decisions. Dare you, South Africa, to accuse Israel of genocide, and you become the accused of genocide yourself. The empire has the power to punish and act those who dare speak against it. The empire has the power to arrest and depose the leaders of other countries, as we have witnessed on January 3rd, 2026, when the US forces captured the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. The empire has the power to engage in unprovoked wars, as we are witnessing with the US-Israel war on Iran. In this war of choice, we have witnessed the targeting and killing of Iran's leaders, the killing of civilians, including the killing of over 160 school children, mostly girls, in an elementary school. And the threats to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. The empire has the power to commit war crimes and issue threats of more war crimes with no impunity. The effect of the war of choice on Iran is also felt with the rise of the cost of living. We feel it here. The US-Israel is a coalition of two states exercising what Chilembembe terms necropolitics, meaning that these states see themselves as having a form of sovereignty whose ultimate expression lies in the power to dictate who may live and who must die. And as Mbembe argues, such states create death worlds, spaces in which populations are subjected to conditions of permanent injury, abandonment, proximity to death, rendering them what he calls the living dead. Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, as others have said, have become laboratories of violence. You can say, in the same way as we here in Africa were laboratories of slaves. Considering the blood of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank, the blood of the people of Lebanon, the blood of the people in Iran crying from the ground, for me it raises the question again, with whom do you read the Bible? Listening to the cry of the blood that is crying from the ground is a call that cannot be ignored. The cry of the blood of Abel, the cry of the blood of Jesus seem pale, considering the many cries of the blood that is crying out today. Let me engage a little bit Professor West. Professor West's approach of liberation theology places the selection of interlocutors, the individuals and communities with whom we engage in interpretation, at the very heart of the hermeneutical practice. West argues that the defining feature of liberation theology, as opposed to Euro-Western or Western theology, is not simply its content or methodology, but its deliberate prioritization of the poor, the marginalized, and the oppressed as the primary dialogue partners. This epistemological shift fundamentally changes the interpretive landscape. Rather than centering abstract, neutral, or elite perspectives, liberation hermeneutics insists on rooting biblical and theological reflection in the lived realities and experiences of those most affected by injustice and exclusion. I will not deal with other things which I have here on the paper. West's position aligns closely with the arguments advanced by Mosala, who insists that the struggles of black people, the oppressed, exploited, and marginalized, must be the starting point for black theology of liberation. However, West further emphasizes the communal nature of interpretation. For him, biblical reading should occur in partnership between the socially engaged scholar and the community. This does not mean reducing the scholar's role to a mere provider of critical insight or a collector of ordinary readers' perspectives. Rather, it involves a deliberate participatory reading alongside ordinary readers, where all voices contribute and shape the interpretive process. Such communal interpretation requires not only presence and participation, but also willingness to adapt and respond to shifting contexts of struggle. Mosala's insight that black struggle is not static but evolves with contemporary challenges remind us that the selection of the interlocutors must be dynamic. As new forms of oppression and marginalization arise, the interpreter must continuously reconsider with whom they read, ensuring that solidarity and engagement extends beyond immediate social location. In today's global landscape, marked by the aggressive actions of the US-Israel empire and its devastating impact on communities in Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Iran, liberation theology calls for a broadening of our interlocutors. We are compelled to read with and alongside those suffering under imperial violence, regardless of geographical boundaries. The presence of local struggles does not diminish our responsibility to attend to the cries of the oppressed elsewhere. Rather, it expands our hermeneutical horizon, fostering global solidarity. When South Africa brought Israel before the International Court of Justice, debates arose about whether this was grandstanding or a distraction from local issues. Yet liberation hermeneutics insists that the suffering of others cannot be ignored, even when it brings risk or controversy. Our task then is to continually adopt and refine an offensive hermeneutical stance, one that is responsive, participatory, and even attuned to the realities of those oppressed both within and beyond our immediate context. Now, I mention this because when we limit contextual to participation, the presence of the engaged scholar to a particular place with particular people in a particular location, it becomes problematic. Let me outline briefly what I mean by offensive hermeneutical or offensive hermeneutics. There are two dimensions to this. One, offense as a hermeneutical stance. To adopt offense as a hermeneutical stance means embracing a posture of taking offense. Whenever we witness sufferings of others, not just our own, this stance requires us to be internally provoked, refusing to remain impartial or detached observers in the face of injustice and oppression. In other words, offense hermeneutical stance is fundamentally about cultivating a state of interpretive consciousness, a readiness to be disrupted and unsettled by the pain and realities of those living under systems of oppression and imperial domination. Offense hermeneutics begins at the moment when our awareness collides with human suffering and refuses to normalize it. For decolonial hermeneutics, this is characterized by an ethical disturbance, a form of discomfort or agitation that is triggered by the lived experiences of those subjected to imperial, racial, economic, and social violence. Rather than seeking to spiritualize or justify suffering, offense hermeneutics insists that we must allow ourselves to be offended by it, to let it challenge and disrupt our theological and interpretive frameworks. Offense does not refer to scandal in the sense of moral impropriety. Rather, it is a refusal, deliberate rejection of the idea that suffering is inevitable, divinely ordained for certain groups, or theologically neutral. Empires and oppressive systems often attempt to numb our consciousness, encouraging us to become passive witnesses who do not challenge their actions. They seek to render us incapable of feeling outrage or abhorrence at their violence. In the context of the ongoing violence in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, for example, the world is often encouraged to look away, to accept these realities as normal or unchangeable. Offense hermeneutics demands that we resist such numbness and remain ethically disturbed by ongoing injustice. To take offense, then, is to be willing to cross social, racial, religious, political, and even geographical boundaries, standing in solidarity with all those who are oppressed and marginalized, wherever they may be. It is to refuse the comfort of detachment or safety of neutrality. Let me talk briefly about offensive hermeneutical stance as I conclude. An offensive hermeneutical stance in the context of empire calls for a radical reorientation of our approach to reading and interpreting sacred texts. It demands that we not only read in solidarity with those in our immediate communities, but also with individuals, groups around the world who are subjected to violence, oppression, and domination. Confronting the empire is risky. Speaking against the empire, it's risky. However, it demands what I am calling, or three things that I'm calling for. First one, it's imperial offense. And I am drawing this from the manner in which Jesus approached the temple and turned the tables at the temple. This act was not merely a protest against unethical businesses or unethical business practices at the temple. By disrupting the operations at the temple, Jesus was symbolically and physically challenging the structures that perpetuated oppression, making his protest an act of resistance both against religious and imperial authorities. This offensive stance demonstrates the necessity of resisting the normalization of injustice and taking action, even when it means confronting powerful institutions. And perhaps I should ask, who is prepared to fight alongside Iran? Ethical or moral offense. In Matthew 23, Jesus delivers a series of prophetic denunciation woes against Pharisees and scribes. His offense is not directed to their knowledge or learning, but to their performative religiosity. And therefore, it requires naming the sin, naming the wickedness. Are we prepared to name the sins of the empire, even when the empire threatens to kill? Naming the sins of the empire, it's a risky business, because in our context today, it may imply you no longer have access to the US and you can die. They have the right to target anyone and kill anyone at will. The refusal to cooperate with the empire. This is an offensive stance. It is not just a matter of confronting the empire. Are we prepared to refuse cooperation with the empire? We can go to the ICJ and criticize the empire and still go to the US and beg that we still want to cooperate and to work with you? Are we prepared to say that we are not prepared to cooperate with you if it means the oppression of the other? Let me stop there.
I'm not sure that the next speaker is going to be very glad to be following that bravura performance, but let me introduce him anyway. Ajvihangwisi Elgin Vumbi is a lecturer in the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies in the College of Human Sciences at University of South Africa. His academic specialization is in ancient Near Eastern studies and Old Testament studies, with a strong interdisciplinary interest in African indigenous groups, religion, politics, morality, and Second Temple Judaism. Dr. Mvumbi obtained his PhD in ancient Near Eastern studies from UNISA and has contributed to scholarship on the historical, social, political, and religious dimensions of Second Temple Judaism. His research adopts interdisciplinary approaches that connect biblical studies with African context and societal issues. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Program Director and the House at large. And I hope that I won't be in race with the previous speaker, because his shoes are too big, and it'll be unnecessary for me to go that route. And lose focus of today. My title is the third leadership role, pole, the consciousness strength of Gerald West on biblical hermeneutics in African world view. The biblical hermeneutics in Africa remains deeply marked by colonial encounter and missionary expansions. And the early interpretive frameworks were shaped by Eurocentric epistemologies that privileged Western theological authority while marginalizing African cultural, historical, and spiritual realities. And scholars such as Justin Ukpong, in his writing, Developments in Biblical Interpretation in Modern Africa, and Itumeleng Mosala, also in his writing, Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Theology in South Africa, have highlighted how these models functioned as instruments of ideological control, embedding colonial worldviews within biblical interpretations. West emerges as a pivotal figure in contesting these interpretive hierarchies. His work reframes hermeneutical authority by foregrounding the interpretive agency of marginalized African communities
And this article argues that West's tripolar hermeneutical model represents a radical epistemic shift, particularly through its emphasis on appropriation as a third interpretive pole, which I call the third leadership pole. On missionary hermeneutics and epistemic dominations, the missionary Christianity often presented the Bible as a neutral and universal text. However, post-colonial scholars such as Sugitaraja in the writing Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Theology in South Africa argue that interpretation was never neutral, but deeply ideological. In Africa, biblical texts were frequently mobilized to legitimize colonial governance, suppress indigenous religious systems, reinforce racial hierarchies. And here Mosala further critiques Western biblical scholarships for masking its class and ideological interests, noting that dominant interpretations often aligned with ruling powers. Thus, African readers were historically positioned as objects of interpretation, not participants in meaning and making. On the African responses and the rise of contextual hermeneutics, the African scholars have responded through various contextual approaches. And Ukpong, through the writing Orality, Literacy, and Colonialism in Southern Africa, advocates an inculcation hermeneutics rooted in African worldview. And Dreba also emphasizes participatory reading strategies, while West himself, who is in the house, developed what we call contextual Bible study. And West's work is particularly significant because it bridges academic scholarship and grassroots communities, creating a dialogical interpretive model. And on the issues of the tripolar hermeneutics, West critiques the traditional bipolar framework of text and context as insufficient. And then he introduces a third dimension, starting, of course, with the noting of the text, which retains authority, but in short, as self-interpreting, and as it requires critical and contextual engagement, followed by context, which includes socio-economic realities and recognized lived experiences of the marginalizations. And then him identifying with this key of appropriation, which I call it the third leadership pole. And this is where now his key innovation is, because it centers reader as part of the agency. And this occurs within the community dialogue, wherein now it produces contextual meaning. And here West calls this the space where ordinary readers actively participate in theology and transforming interpretations into praxis. However, we do have the other critical engagements with other scholars within the perspective wherein now you align with West as a point of departure. And then we see that critical engagement with Mosala, wherein Mosala's Marxist hermeneutics emphasizes ideology critique, but prioritizes what we call structural analysis over community participation. And here, West extends Mosala by retaining the ideological critique from him, But then he adds what we call the grassroots interpretive agency. And then we come to Ukpong, and here we find that now he focuses on what we call the alculturation, emphasizing the cultural integration. However, West goes further by embedding interpretation in liberative praxis, not just cultural adaptation. So he strengthens it and widens it to the liberative perspective. And then on the issue of Sugitaraja and the post-colonial critique, wherein now Sugitaraja critiques colonial readings but remain largely theoretical. Here, West complements this by providing a methodological tools of CBS and engaging real communities as a perspective which should also be looked upon. And then we also have the issue here of the appropriation of hermeneutics consciousness. And here the appropriation represents a form of epistemic awakening, wherein now Paulo's concept of conscientization resonates strongly. And it also shows the readers become aware of oppression embedded in the interpretation, and also scripture becoming a site of resistance. And in this third leadership pole of transformation, hermeneutics, we see that now it births what we call a democratic process, a political act, and a tool for liberation. And on that perspective, it also gives us a space around the liberation theology and the decolonial turn, wherein now, in this space, West's model aligns with what we call the liberation theology of scholars such as Guterres in his writing of A Theology of Liberation. And here we see the preferential option for the poor and the theology of the praxis. And also the works of Mignol within the decolonial theory, in the writing The Darker Side of the Western Modernity, wherein now we find the issues of the epistemic disobedience and the rejection of Western universality. And here West contributes uniquely by operationalizing these concepts with biblical interpretation and practice. And on towards the Afrocentric hermeneutics, we also see the interpretations which validates African cosmology, the reclaims of theological identity, and also the challenges of epistemicides. And here West's approach, it enables this by making interpretations which are of participatory in nature and also contextual, while also driving the perspective of being transformative. And in conclusion, Gerald West's tripolar hermeneutical model redefines the biblical interpretation in Africa by introducing appropriation as a third pole of leadership. And he decenters Western epistemology by bringing the issue of wherein now he empowers African communities and advances liberation and decolonial theology. And this model represents not only methodological innovations, but also a profound shift towards theological self-determination and epistemistic justice. a persuasion which is aiming to bring justice to the marginalized, to the oppressed, to the voiceless, so that they reach to that stage of an equal ground wherein now they could also say, nothing for us without us. I thank you. I'm done.
The next speaker is Dr. Kanosi Patson-Motuku, who is a committed New Testament scholar whose research is centered on the Luke-Acts corpus, the Greco-Roman world, and empire-critical hermeneutics. His work employs empire as a pervasive and analytical backdrop, tracing the interwoven spiritual, socio-economic, and political textures of biblical narratives and their resonance with contemporary imperial realities. Through this interdisciplinary approach, Dr. Motuku advances scholarship that bridges ancient textual worlds with modern structures of power and inequality. He serves as a senior lecturer in the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies at the University of South Africa in Pretoria, South Africa. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much. I have been given a graveyard slot. In that I stand between you and your lunch, so I won't weary your patience. Again, thanks for the opportunity. The title of my paper is there in the program. I will not reiterate it. What I seek to do in this paper is to advance an integrated hermeneutical framework that brings liberation hermeneutics, contextual Bible study, and my own anti-imperial reading of the Gospel of Luke into a sustained dialogue. I will argue that having traced or tried to trace Prof. West's trajectory, that his decisive break from the classical Pentecostal stream in the Assemblies of God in the mid-1980s, from a privatized and spiritualized hermeneutic, constituted an act of theological dissent against apartheid's ideological apparatus. You'll be encouraged, Prof, to note that I'm also an ordained pastor of the Assemblies of God. Yeah, I've also been castigated, but for a different reason. And that the subsequent development of liberation hermeneutics as protest and contextual Bible study as participatory praxis reconstitutes biblical interpretation as a site of struggle and social production. In engagement with this trajectory, my own anti-imperial readings of Luke 4:16-32, the so-called Nazareth Manifesto, and Luke 19:1-10 demonstrate that the Lucan narrative articulates a counter-political economy rooted in redistribution, restitution, and holistic mission. Drawing on African intercultural hermeneutics, the colonial analysis, and empire-critical New Testament scholarship, I will argue that the convergence of these approaches produces a form of public theology capable of addressing land dispossession, economic inequality, and structural injustice in South Africa and the global South today. We convene at a historical juncture in which the legacies of inequality, dispossession, and structural exclusion continue to define our lived realities. The dismantling of formal apartheid did not dissolve the material conditions that sustained it. Rather, these conditions persist within new configurations of capital, land ownership, and epistemic authority. Empire, in this sense, endures as a structuring logic. Thus, West has insisted with clarity that biblical interpretation cannot be divorced from such realities. It is always socially located, and its claims to neutrality must be rigorously interrogated. Of course, Mosala and later earlier Mackay have also demonstrated how biblical interpretation may function as an ideological instrument, either sustaining or resisting structures of domination. Within this intellectual terrain, contextual Bible study emerges as a practical intervention, as developed by West and expanded or commented by other authors or scholars like Mashau and Lopez. It relocates interpretation from academic abstraction to lived community. In critical dialogue with this tradition, my own reading or works on Luke insists that the gospel itself must be read within the political economy of empire. Thus, anti-imperial reading brings the Lucan narrative into direct conversation with the South African context, particularly the enduring land question and economic inequality. Thus, I will proceed in 4 movements. 1, beginning with West break as dissent, then situating his liberation hermeneutics as a form of protest, and then developing a contextual Bible study as a democratic praxis, and at the end trying to dialogue between West work and my own anti-imperial reading of Luke as a transformational act. Now, West's departure from the Assemblies of God in the mid-1980s constitute a decisive rupture with a theological formation that privileged personal piety while neglecting structural injustice. This hermeneutic oriented toward vertical reconciliation emphasized the individual's relationship with God, but remained silent on the socio-economic realities of apartheid. Mosala and again, as stated Mackay, have already identified such theological tendencies as complicit in the reproduction of oppressive systems, in as far as they divert attention from material conditions. Ramantswana similarly has argued that such interpretation insulate the apartheid regime from theological critique by confining scripture to the private sphere. The dichotomies that sustained this hermeneutic, sacred and secular, personal and public, spiritual and material, functioned ideologically. They limited the extent to which scripture could address systemic injustice. This dualism is explicitly challenged by my own reading of Luke 19. In the story of Zacchaeus, I reveal that his conversion is not only confined to inward transformation, but it is enacted through restitution. Zacchaeus redistributes his wealth and restores what has been unjustly taken. Thus, his conversion is not just spiritual and personal, it is economic, social, and political. This confirms the impossibility of separating vertical reconciliation from horizontal justice. The gospel does not permit such fragmentation. From a Marxist-Leninist perspective, this dualistic hermeneutic can be understood as ideological mystification. It relocates religion into the sphere of private consciousness, thereby neutralizing its capacity to challenge material structures of domination. West break, therefore, represents a movement from accommodation to resistance, from ideological reproduction to critical consciousness. Now, in the second layer, following this rupture, West engagement with liberation hermeneutics must be understood as a sustained protest against the apartheid matrix of power. It is an insistence that the experiences of the oppressed constitute the starting point for interpretation. As Akbar reinforces, this position emphasizes the centrality of ordinary readers in the hermeneutical process. This approach aligns with broader African and decolonial scholarship. For an example, Igboyin demonstrates that contextuality is inseparable from power relations, while Oosthuizen frames decolonization as a necessary corrective to epistemic domination. Mbuvi situates African biblical studies within the wider struggle of intellectual autonomy. Within this framework, scripture becomes a contested site. Horsley emphasizes that the New Testament must thus be read within the socio-economic realities of Roman imperialism, while Arnott and McConnell show that Lucan texts contain subversive counter-narrative. Of course, Bent has also called for an explicit integration of post-colonial criticism within African context. Liberation hermeneutics thus operates dialectically. It exposes the ideological uses of scripture that sustain domination, and it reclaims the text as a resource for emancipation. It transforms interpretation into an act of protest and a mechanism of transformation. Now, the third layer, contextual Bible study, constitutes the methodological embodiment of liberation hermeneutics. West describes it as a collaborative process of reception and production in which ordinary readers participate in meaning-making. Akpa highlights the importance of the ordinary reader in this process, while Mashau demonstrates how contextual readings lead to engagement with urban inequalities. Lopez shows how intercultural Bible reading creates new forms of theological agency in diverse contexts. This model resonates with intercultural hermeneutics as articulated by Loba Mkole, who emphasizes that African contexts are central, not peripheral, to biblical interpretation. Mkole further highlights the importance of intercultural engagement in contemporary hermeneutics. Contextual Bible study, therefore, redistributes epistemic authority. It transforms interpretation from a top-down process into a participatory democratic praxis. It links text to context and context to action, generating public theology that engages real-world challenges. And lastly, to bring this into dialogue with my anti-imperial reading of Luke, my reading provides, in my view, the exegetical grounding for this framework. For an example, in my reading of the Nazareth Manifesto in Luke 4, I've interpreted it as a programmatic declaration situated within a Roman imperial political economy. The proclamation of good news to the poor must be understood against a background of taxation, land dispossession, and social stratification. Thus, this vision is rooted in the broader Lucan narrative, including, among others, the Magnificat, which articulates a theme of reversal, that the powerful are brought low and the marginalized are lifted. In my reading of the story of Zacchaeus, I have portrayed Zacchaeus as representing material redress. Thus, this reading disrupts patterns of accumulation and reconfigures social relations. Kaunda and Kaunda extend this insight by interpreting Jubilee also as a framework for addressing the land question in South Africa. Thus, this reading aligns with my reading aligns with this perspective, demonstrating the relevance of the Lucan narrative for contemporary struggles. The dialogue, therefore, between West and Mutuku is thus mutually reinforcing, whereas contextual Bible study provides the participatory framework, anti-imperial exegesis directs interpretation towards structural transformation. In conclusion, the trajectory traced in this paper reveals a coherent movement from dissent to transformation. West Break exposes the ideological nature of privatized piety. Liberation hermeneutics reframes interpretation as protest, and contextual Bible study democratizes interpretive authority, while anti-imperial reading of Luke ground the process in material reality. Together, these approaches constitute a public hermeneutics capable of engaging the enduring realities of inequality and dispossession. They refuse to separate faith from history and insist on integrating interpretation and praxis. The imperial ghost persists. Its exorcism requires a hermeneutics that is critically conscious, contextually grounded, and oriented toward transformation. Such a hermeneutic does not merely interpret the world, it participates in its reconstruction. Thank you.
Amen. Colleagues, thanks once again for your patience. It has been a long stretch since many of you sat down. Oops, sorry. I forgot. Thank you once again for this long stretch, sitting down, listening to these excellent papers, and would really speak to the realities of our time, not just abstract ideas that means nothing. So we can be proud of ourselves that seemingly something is happening towards the development of biblical scholarship in this generation. We hope for the best. And yeah, but however, we can't deny the reality which was of great concern from Prof. Welile Mazamisa during his time. His concern was biblical scholarship in those days was in the hands of a white male. But it seems to take a different shift now, but in the hands of a black male. Another problem which we are facing. Here is a challenge. Sisters, here is the challenge. We can't meet next time with this imbalance in presentation. This is no good at all. It speaks against what we are talking about, some way or the other. But nonetheless, we hope for the best. Thank you ever so much. Now we are ready for lunch, but these were just short papers. That's why we could not perhaps cater for question and answer session because they were quite extensive. But of course, around lunch, we can talk around, and we would want to hear more and engage more. But thank you ever so much. This has been a very beautiful day so far, and I hope we've learned something. And after lunch, it's business meeting for those of us, but thank you for coming. And I think also tomorrow we are meeting 9 o'clock until around this time. There are other important papers, and where our big giants will be talking to us. Amen. And I can't wait. Yes. So, it's how if we tell.
Probably appropriate that I should ask you the question, is there Wi-Fi here? Or in the light of digitization of scripture? Do we have Wi-Fi?
Dr. Tsef, could you answer that?
And when you use EduRoam, you use your full login from your institution, your name and your institutional suffix, like at UKZN, and your password that you use normally log in at your institution.
Thank you.
All right. The revolution is digital. It's not televised yet. First televise it and then you can catch up with us. We wanted to check references here that we have been made.
Justice, debates arose about whether this was grandstanding or a distraction from local issues. Yet liberation hermeneutics insists that the suffering of others cannot be ignored, even when it brings risk or controversy. Our task then is to continually adopt and refine an offensive hermeneutical stance, one that is responsive, participatory, and even attuned to the realities of those oppressed both within and beyond our immediate context. Now, I mention this because when we limit contextual to participation, the presence of the engaged scholar to a particular place with particular people in a particular location, it becomes problematic. Let me outline briefly what I mean by offensive hermeneutical or offensive hermeneutics. There are two dimensions to this. One, offense as a hermeneutical stance. To adopt offense as a hermeneutical stance means embracing a posture of taking offense. Whenever we witness sufferings of others, not just our own, this stance requires us to be internally provoked, refusing to remain impartial or detached observers in the face of injustice and oppression. In other words, offense hermeneutical stance is fundamentally about cultivating a state of interpretive consciousness, a readiness and unsettled by the pain and realities of those living under systems of oppression and imperial domination. Offense hermeneutics begins at the moment when our awareness collides with human suffering and refuses to normalize it. For decolonial hermeneutics, this is characterized by an ethical disturbance, a form of discomfort or agitation that is triggered by the lived experiences of those subjected to imperial, racial, economic, and social violence. Rather than seeking to spiritualize or justify suffering, offense hermeneutics insists that we must allow ourselves to be offended by it, to let it challenge and disrupt our theological and interpretive frameworks. Offense does not refer to scandal in the sense of moral impropriety. Rather, it is a refusal, deliberate rejection of the idea that suffering is inevitable, divinely ordained for certain groups, or
So,